like so. I think I'm live. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. There we go. That's what I'm looking for right there. Hopefully my chat works now.
It's electric. Oogie woogie woogie.
Yep. All right, let's get some parts done. $35, $40, $45, $50, $55, $60, $65, $72. Got 72. Okay. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. There we go. That's good. Look at that'll work better. That'll work. go, there we go, there we go. I need to check this one real quick. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? There's that one. Where'd the other one go? Uh-oh, where did it go? Where did the single place? Ah, there it is. I found it. Really need my glasses. I can't see squat. Perfect. Perfect. All right, clean that one up. There we go. And I'll leave my head for one more time. Almost 3/4 of the way done. Why is it only 2 minutes and it's still cutting? Because paused it. I need another thing so I can see the chat better. If there's any in my chat, what should that look like? Okay. There's a burr on the backside. I'm getting rid of it. Take a deburring right here. And I thread it all over here. Make sure it fits. Absolutely perfect. It's a little on the loose side because of the way I have to do these, but not bad. quick. Wasn't one perfect before, but let's do this. Let's try this. Usually this one works out better. Yeah, there we go. Much better, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Sometimes the first thread or so gets boogered up when I'm deburring it, so I run it, just tap through it real quick just to kind of clean it up just a tad. I don't want to run it all the way through because this is the wrong pitch. So it's close, but not quite. That's better. I think so. Let me do this real quick. Deeper it with this again. Hit it with this one more time. Because that's a lot better. Check the other end real quick. Yep, that works. All right. A 100 of these to do 70. That was number 75. I'm going to flip the drill over. Check it on this one. Yep, that works. Yes, sirree. What's up, alien leader? What's up, man? I am working on the diamond painting inserts for the tips here, for these here. Got another 100 order of them. But I'm getting done. So that's what I'm doing. Getting a bunch of them done. I had to get some tooling in for I broke the last threading tool that I had, and I had to order some more, and I got them in, just got them in the other day. I was kind of dead in the water without it, but it's all right. Yeah, they're not cheap either. I ordered 4 of them, but it worked out. I think let's see. Getting these, they're micro 100 threading tools like this, and it's solid carbide, and it's got a 60-degree thread. I think it's a 2,000 radius, and they're like $50 a piece. They're not cheap. I had to order 4 of them. I mean, I didn't have to order 4 of them. I ordered 4 of them that way I'd have them. I get through about 200 or 300 of them with one single tool, so it's not too bad. Which is pretty good, I think. And from what I hear, the price of carbide is going up next month like 800%. So things just got more expensive, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to go up on my prices next month. Not because of carbide, but because I haven't gone up in prices forever. I've been kind of eating the cost for a long time. And I gotta go up. Yeah. I mean, machining ain't cheap, that's for sure. But it's okay. It's not bad. I mean, like, for example, this box of part-off tools, there's 10 of them in the box. I think this is like $50 for the box, so which is not bad. I can get cheap Chinese carbide, but it doesn't last as long. So if you get the good carbide, it'll last longer, but it costs more. So you kind of get what you pay for when it comes to this stuff, unfortunately. Like I said, my threading tools are 100 or $50 a piece, and of course, I'm pretty sure they're going to go up. Hopefully, they don't go up to $200. If that happens, I'm gonna have to stop making these things for a little bit until the price comes down. But it is what it is. When you price jobs and stuff like that, you got to take, tooling in consideration. So, if you got to buy a specific tool for a job and it costs $300-400 for the tool, that job is going to cost $200-300 more because of it. I mean, that's the way it works. Because with everything, is going up, which is crazy. I mean, we were going by the gas pump this evening, and it was 4.49 a gallon. I mean, that's ridiculous. At least in my opinion. So. Because if you don't think the trucking companies are going to charge more, I mean, look at airline tickets and stuff. I mean, they're going up. You know. Looking at this through an eye loop real quick. Sometimes stuff gets on the threads. Kind of blow them off a little bit sometimes. And sometimes they get messed up. Not messed up, they get junk on them. Oh wow, 460. Holy crap. That's a lot. Yeah, like I said, it was 4.49 right up the street from me. So at least in Indiana it's not as expensive. I guess parts of it would be. Let's see here. Well, back up, plastic dip these handles, these plier handles, to give it like a rubber texture. And now it's all coming off. So I'm just going to peel it off. I might do it again later. It lasted for a while. But we'll see. Might do it again. Might just keep it the same. Or get something different. A different coating. Maybe like some heat shrink or something might be cool with it. I'd like to get this job done tonight. If I can get it done tonight, I'll be good, because at that point I won't have anything else to do. I won't have any other jobs to get out the door, you know. So I can kind of take a break this weekend. It's kind of what I'm hoping to do. And if I can do that, that'd be good. Take a good Memorial Day weekend. I got a couple things to do tomorrow, but not work related. So, you know. Might cook some hot dogs on the grill or something tomorrow or Monday. We'll see. Anyway, let me get my glasses. I'll be right there. find my glasses there. Right off the bat. Got this stupid cough. Oh, it's a dog outside. I heard something crying. I was like, what the heck? Oh, where'd it go? I dropped it. It went somewhere over here. Did it go? Didn't go. You go in my bag. Uh-oh. Oh no, where'd it go? Shoot. No. Not row. Not one. I have no idea where it went either. Oh, I found it. Here we go. Whew. Thought I was going to have to make another one. Double check this one real quick. That'll work there. And then this one here. That works. I want to see if it works with this one. Yep, there we go. There we go. And get these done. There's 12 more to go. No. 22 more to go. Woo-hoo. Hoping. gonna mount my TV over here. I think it'll fit over here, or I don't know, maybe. Let's see. It might. If I put a thing there, I think it might fit there. It'd be easier to keep track of what's going on. That's for sure. So it doesn't thread all that great, but this edge real quick, if I can. Why is it wearing like that now? See, that goes there good. That's good. That's good. So I guess I'll just have to run a tap through it on both sides real quick, and that might fix it. That might be the kicker. Why is it wearing that backside? Fan on a little bit. It's hot, but it's just a little okay. I had another tap, didn't I? Thought I did. Thought I had a tap with you. I had 2 taps. Is that it? Right, that's a drill. That's a quarter inch. That dude's not right. I'm sure I had another tap. Oh, there it is. That's why. It's right there. I wonder if I tap it all the way through on both sides, will it mess up? Let's try. Got this here. I'll try it on this one. see what this does. Still got the little bit on the end, but it works. A lot easier to do it this way. Let's see what happens here. Probably not going to work, but that worked pretty good. That worked pretty good. So maybe that's what I got to do. I'm going to tap through it and see what this one does. This one should be fine. Because yeah, I think that's the trick there. It ain't right, but it ain't wrong. That makes sense. Oh, in the end, it works. Okay, I think that works. And I'm back. I had to run out for a second because I had to. Right. I can find the whore. Okay. There's got to be something to do with this thread on this side. Okay, you check it. This here. Do this. Okay, why is it not working right? There should go on this side like this. Maybe? Try this. What's this thing every time? Huh? Okay. So that's good there. Okay. And this here. Okay. So that I'm gonna have to go like so. Yeah, that works there. Flip it around. That works there. Of course it works because it's threaded for that one actually. This is the one that's having trouble. Oh, good there. It should be going the other side then. Gotta be something to do with the threads on this side. What's going on here? All of a sudden having troubles with this thing. This thing is trying to give me troubles. Here we go. One more. 3, 1. Hello. Oh, can't go back and see my chats. I don't know if anybody said anything. I haven't really been paying attention. T12. I'm going to reset this tool real quick. That's it. Yeah, that's about right. It's only about a thou off, so it's not bad. It's a thou off, that's not too shabby. Offsets. Hey, hey, Darren. I didn't see you on there, man. Sorry about that. This might work here. Yeah. I don't know when that was. When was that? Did it say, give me a time? No. Yeah, sorry about that, Darren. I didn't see you. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm doing some threaded inserts here. Just kind of trying to get them done. When I see the chat on the TV behind me, it doesn't stay up there all the time, so I haven't really been paying that much attention to it. So I'm like, and it's like, I saw there's 3 people on there, and I was like, that's not right. I wasn't sure if anybody said anything, so. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to get this 100-piece order I got to do. And, trying to get her done. Only got 16 more to go. Woohoo! Started them the other day. Then my tool broke. I had some broken tools. I ordered some tooling. So got that in the other day, Thursday I think it was. So I didn't do anything Friday. And then today. So that's where I'm at now. I'm trying to get these done here. And all of a sudden I'm starting to develop a little bit of an issue here, but I don't know what it is. I'm trying to nail it down. So if I take that and run my tap through it real quick. It clears some threads out. And it works with this one because this is actually the correct thread on this piece. But the other piece, it is not the correct thread. Now, if all these pieces right here, this one and this one, if they were the same threads, I wouldn't have any issues. It'd be a piece of cake. But since Diamond Art Club decided to screw up the threads, now I'm forced to make a thread that's mathematically impossible to do, if that makes sense. But I've been able to get it done, so it's not the easiest thing to do, but it works. Because it's a thread that's in between a 0.75 and a 0.8. And I know that it's not that much different. It's only about 0.02 difference between the threads. But if you multiply it by 10 threads, that's 20 thousandths. So by the time you get out, it multiplies what they call stacking tolerance. And then when yeah, really it's not cool at all, but because the tips I got, I measured it and got the correct thread. I bought the tap for it actually, and got the tap for it, tapped them, and one piece went in fine. So the guy ordered 100 of them, and then No, I take that back. I think he ordered 50. 50 or 100. I'm not sure. So then he said, hey, one of my threads is going in about halfway. I was like, that's not right. So I got him back, and I ordered the tip for it and everything. And I got another tip that he ordered, and come find out it was the wrong thread. But it was in between the 0.75 and the 0.8 thread, so I was able to split the difference, which is technically not doable. But I was able to make the thread loose enough where both of them will go in. It's just enough to where it tightens up perfect, but it's not correct, really. Yeah, right. Easy for me. I even contacted Diamond Art Club, and they were like, yeah, it's a 0.75 thread. I said, okay, that's cool. It's a 6.5 by 0.75. Was supposed to be. But the one tip I got, I think this is a double placer, or double or triple, I'm not sure which one it is. It's a double placer. This thread here is different than this thread. They're supposed to be the same, and they don't even lock together. They're not the same. They measure the same diameter, but that's it. And it makes it a little difficult for me. So I'm like, trying to do something that's, technically impossible to do. I'm not saying I can do the impossible, don't get me wrong. I'm fudging the numbers to make it work. If I go by the numbers, the threads are not right. But it is what it is. That's true. Exactly. My opinion on that is somebody made a mistake and programmed it wrong or something in their manufacturing process. Because if you got two threads that are supposed to be the same and they're clearly not, that's a manufacturing issue. But of course, I had a long thread with a discussion with Diamond Art Club over Messenger, and basically they said, well, our tips work with our pins, bye, and just like ghosted me. So, which I don't blame them. I mean, that's kind of what they do. They sell their tips for their pins. But there's a lot of people that use them that don't want to buy their pins, and that's not what they want. So therefore, I come up with a solution. Somebody else was doing them, but they're actually 6.5 millimeter threads. But the other person was doing a 7 millimeter. So when I first started this venture, I made it a 7 millimeter. And then I got the tips in, and I was like, well, they're not 7 millimeter, they're 6.5. Then I used my because I could measure the threads by my pitch gauge. So once I got the tip in, I measured the diameter and the thread. That's why I come up with 6.5 millimeter by 0.75 or 0.8, whichever one you want to go with. I mean, it works, but it's not supposed to. Most of their stuff is they're threading in the plastic. And you know as well as I do, plastic is somewhat forgiving, or resin, so that's probably why it's working right. So yeah, I mean, it's not my thing either, but my thing is machining, so And it's a machine part, so whether it's a bushing or a threaded insert, it's all the same to me, so it doesn't matter. It sucks that they did that, but but the good thing is, as far as I know, I'm the only one making them, so they have to come to me for these threaded inserts, which I'm not too worried about it. But if somebody else wants to do them, I mean, obviously I'm not going to like it. I can't stop it. But when the last person that was doing them was having some issues, obviously, and that's why that person, the other person that I was buying from, contacted me and said, "Hey, can you do these?" I was like, "Sure, why not?" And that's why I'm doing them now. I have them on my website. I wasn't going to put them on there at first, but they're up there. I sell them by the pairs. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's cool. I make them. I mean, it's not my favorite thing to make. I mean, it's pretty simple, really. But it's not hard to make. It's just the tooling is a wee bit expensive. Like I was telling Alien over there, that my tooling that I use for this, it's these Micro 100 threading tools, and these are like $50 a piece. And it's solid carbide. And I was telling him, I was looking at some stuff. Carbide's getting ready to go up in price like 800%. So everything is going to be going up, and you know it's going to hurt the big time guys. Maybe not so much, but small shops like me, that's a significant amount. Especially like end mills and these tools here that are solid, and it's not so bad. I mean, yeah, I mean they're going to go up, but when I have like these inserts here, this is a WNMG. Now, this is about $8 a piece for these inserts, maybe 10. I'd have to double check. Next week or next month, probably gonna be $30 a piece. But the good thing is, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 6 sides on this that I could use, so that works out pretty good. But then again, on my finish tool, I have this one. I've got 2 edges. So I divide that $30 by $5. Now I'm at, $6 an edge. This one here is like, say, $30. Now I'm $15 an edge. So, these are a little bit more, pricey to use, but they last a lot longer too. So I use these here for resin and aluminum. These are like, it's hard to tell, these are shiny. So, they're pretty good with the resin and aluminum. It's got a positive angle on it, rake angle. So it cuts on these carbides here. I mean, they say they cut, but actually they're not really that sharp, because I can sit there and rub my finger on it, doesn't cut me. It more or less just brute force just tears the metal apart. I mean, it's cutting, but it's using pressure. Now the shiny ones, that's actually using a knife edge. I could cut myself with those. But these here I can't because it's not really a sharp edge. If that makes sense. Yeah, Whoa was right. Like I said, I ordered 4 of these tools the other day. You know, to my door delivers $208. So yeah, it's gonna be expensive, but hopefully it won't be too bad. The biggest thing is going to be the carbide end mill. That's just going to be expensive. Now these aren't the best threads. This material doesn't cut the best, but it does okay. Not my favorite, but might get a piece of stainless to see what I could do with that. And see. Yeah, that's true. Okay, now this one ain't working right. Oh, another one I dropped. Dang it. I'm dropping them all that long. Alright, this one ain't working right. What happened? This one ain't working at all. And what happened? Could be some junk on the threads too. Let's see if it. Hit it with this, because sometimes that thread on the very beginning catches a burr. Let's see if this helps. Ooh. Okay. Something ain't right with this one. That's for sure. The threads on this one fine, right? Yeah. Something ain't right with this one here. Okay, well, that was trash. Tired of messing with them. Okay, reset my numbers. Let's see here. Turn this one off. My tool may be wearing out a little bit too, so. Let me do this in the offsets here. Try that. Let's change my offset a little bit. The tool may be wearing a little bit, so I just bump it down a little bit. Hopefully that'll work. I think that's what it is. It's getting dull. I just get through the last few with this. I know I'm not going to go to AAW, man. It's out of my range for right now. 'Cause I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's more like not really pin related. I don't know for sure. Maybe you can school me on that. I'm not sure if my stuff would be handy. I guess you would call it that. I don't know. Be useful in their stuff. Could be wrong. But no, I'm not going to go there. Is that the one that's in, is that in Raleigh? I don't know, is that the one that's in Raleigh? Yeah, see this? Yeah, I think my tool is wearing out. Shouldn't be, but it is. Let's see here. I mean, I have done like 70 of them. So. cool. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It would be nice to go to, though, that's for sure. But being a vendor, maybe not. Now, I know a couple of people go to the which one is it? Waco, AEW or something in Waco, or it may not be AAW. I don't know. Whichever one that one is. Might be AAW, yeah, it may be. Hate to do it, but I think I'm gonna have to change my tool. Dang it. Ah. For some reason. Oh, SWAT. That's what it is. That's the one in Texas. I forgot. Now, SWAT is there's a lot of pin stuff is SWAT, right? I could be wrong. So I know Curtis goes there. I know Chad goes there. Who else? A couple other people, but it's mainly Chad and them go. Obviously, they do a lot more than just pins. So this works with this one, but it doesn't work with the other one. That's what I don't like that. It doesn't work with this one. It's not good. I don't know if it's a tool or what. I'm almost certain it's a tool though. But I hate to change the tool because I just put the daggone thing in. Look at my threads here. See what I've got going on here. Threads don't look bad. So, alright. Well, I'm going to change my offset one more time. Let's see what it does. For that, I'm going to look at this edge and see what it looks like. That will tell me if I need to change it or not. Oh man, the edge looks good. What the heck? I don't know what the deal is here. Alright, let's do this though. Yeah, I think we need him. Yeah, usually Chad goes, Jake goes. But Jake does a lot more than just pin stuff too. You know, with all the different molds and stuff and holes and that kind of stuff. Chad too. But yeah, for me, for my stuff, I don't think I'd do well at all, if at all, you know. That's just my opinion. Yeah, I'd like to. I'd like to do, so I did the Ohio show like 2 years ago. It was okay, I did okay, it wasn't great. But, I didn't do it again because I didn't do so well. I know it hurts Jason, but I just can't do it, you know. Last year's show, the Virginia show, I didn't do all that great either. I lost about $200 as far as my expenses and what I brought in. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but I wish I could have done better. Let's see what this does. See if it's. See, that works that way. But does it work the other way? I don't know. Probably not. Seems like if it works one way, it don't work the other. But we're gonna find out real quick. It does, but you know, I mean, all his vendors go there to make money. I mean, that's all there is to it. But I go to make money. If I don't make money, it sucks. But the thing is, you know, it's good to go and hang out with all the other guys. You know, it's kind of like a dysfunctional family reunion. You know what I mean? That works. Let me try to do this now. Don't get me wrong, I'd like to do all the stuff. Yeah. I like to hang out with everybody. It's a lot of fun. And, you know, Virginia is like my home show. And, you know, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to say whether I make money or not. But I'll do it again. I don't know how long it's going to last. Because a lot of times, you know, a lot of these shows are kind of dying out a little bit. It sucks that they are, but I see a trend here. But it is what it is. There's two of them. I don't want to change my tool, but I'm going to have to. Because that trailing edge, it's like, I don't know I don't know why it's doing that. Alright. Gonna change the tool. Man, I don't want to do this. Yeah, mate was good. The extracurricular activities was a blast. Although, you know, had to keep some people from going to jail. Ain't that right? I think these tools are designed for a high surface feet, and my machine, I can't, on this smaller tool, I can't get as high a surface feet. So I think it wears faster. I think. I know. That's why I mentioned it. It's like, yeah, that was interesting. Let's put it that way. Okay, let's say we kept somebody from going to jail, and we kept somebody alive. That makes sense, right? Cause I swear that one dude, man, he was, I don't know. He was about ready to. I'm sorry, I'm putting this tool in here. He's about ready to get a bottle upside his head. I think you were already there. I came down right at the point that somebody had a bottle in their hand and there was beer all over the floor. If I'm not mistaken. I came in right at that time. That was a fun night. Let's put it that way. That was fun. There was a lot of stuff that happened afterwards that night too. I mean, not bad, but it was a lot of stuff went on. I can't remember what time you left. You left a little bit after that, I think. I'm not sure. That whole night was kind of like a blur. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I know. I was like, okay. I think just a little bit after that, things kind of calmed down a little bit, but it was still, I say you had to be your head on a swivel. Had to make sure you were kind of paying attention. So. But it was fun. That night ended up really being pretty good outcome, and everything was good. By the end of the night, everybody was kumbaya. But one thing I thought was, let me see. Yeah, that's true. Very, very, very true. But it was all good. I know I haven't been in that world, military wise and all that other stuff. The neatest thing that whole night was I witnessed the challenge coin thing. Now that was, to me personally, that was impressive. It's probably nothing big to most people, but I thought it was impressive, and I had a blast. That was really cool. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I was like, first thing I was like, uh-oh. I was surprised that somebody accepted it, if you want to say. I mean, I wasn't surprised, but see that's okay. So I've got things going on in my head here. I got to measure this real quick to make sure this is what it's supposed to be. As far as I know, everything was good after that. I'm setting tools, so yeah, I'm setting tools, and when I'm doing that, I have to focus on this because if I don't set it right, things get expensive. So I just want to make sure that everything's hunky dory. That's all. Yep, that looks about right. That looks good. Okay. Hey, I even got business shirt on. All right, now we'll see if this worked. Threads look okay. This stuff doesn't thread all that great, but it is what it is. Oh, man. Hopefully. Hopefully this worked. Yes, that one worked perfect. Tell you, man, it gets. Yep, that worked. My tool was very dull, so it wouldn't work. There goes $50. Right? But it's alright though. I got them. Cost of doing business, I guess, right? That being said, I gotta make a count real quick too. Make sure I got the right amount. I think I got the 88. I'll do 87. I'm going to take a quick count real quick and see. Ah. Five. 10. It's 10. Dropped one in the trash can. 15. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. 35. 50. 55. 60. 65. 70. 75. 80. 5. 86. Ah. 6. Done. We got 14 more to go. You glue them in after. But I have made bushings because they're 5/16 roughly diameter. I think they're like 3/10. I've made bushings for some people that use the 5/16 to go in the hole to turn them, and you can just glue them in. It's from what I understand. I've made a couple of them. A couple specific bushings for it. I might have them in stock. Maybe. I made them where they're like 3/8 long on the small diameter and 5/16 diameter. And that seems to work. I haven't used them yet, but everybody that got them says they like them. So. Can't complain, I guess. I don't know. I haven't heard anything back from people who says they don't work. But that's the one I got. They glue them in afterwards. I don't know if they drill them beforehand with the 5/16 hole, or they drill them with the 7/32 turn it and then come back and drill them with the. I don't know. I don't know the process, but that's what I gather. Throwing my towel away. Oh, come on, add some more stuff. What's another item, another couple things, to take up more of your time, right? I've got to make a mandrel for somebody. For a kitless pin, the mandrels. I got to make a mandrel for that. So I'll work on that probably next week. But be honest with you, I'm surprised these things have taken off like they have. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I'm like, wow. I made some, well, when I first started making them, I made them for a guy. And he's like, yeah, I'll take 30 of them. Okay. I shipped them. He got them. He said, hey, I need 50 more. I was like, holy cow, dude, really? He goes, yep. I said, okay. And then all of a sudden, he said, oh, I need 100. I was like, gosh, you're killing me, dude. I mean, I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong. But I was just like, man, they're selling like crazy. He goes, oh, yeah. So, I'm not complaining. I'm like, wow. I mean, it's good for me. Good for business. Let's see if I can do this. Since I am either... I don't know how to add a link. It's gotta be a way to do it, right? I know a lot of people do. How do you put a link in there? Yeah, I got them in stock. I try to keep them in stock. When I first started, I didn't carry them because I couldn't find a good deal on them. I talked to somebody that was going to sell them to me, and he was like, well, I'll sell them to me at this price. I was like, okay, that's what that's what I'm going to sell them at. I was like, ugh. So I kept looking and looking. I actually found a place that Got a pretty good deal on them. So I'm happy with them so far. I use them on my lathe, so it's one of those things, you know. I put my money where my mouth is, because I use them. They're actually pretty good. I buy them, and I think I get them in. I think again, I buy them 10 at a time, so it's not too bad. Shipping, I pay shit. I think what do I pay for shipping? I think it's like $20 for shipping, so not horrible. When I got my live centers, I get it at a pretty decent rate too. I'm happy with that. I used to get them for a really good price, but then they went up on me a little bit. I mean, they went up like $2 on me per item, which is not horrible. I mean, I get it. I think they're probably coming out of China, so they're paying tariffs and stuff for them. So. Hey. This pin message. Well, that's pin. But does that mean it just stays there? But it's not a link though, is it? It's not an actual link. I don't know. I can add moderators. But I don't know how to add. Let's see. Nah, I don't know. It's not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm just curious. Like I said, I don't do a whole lot of streaming, so it's not that big a deal. Sweet. I was wondering what the heck happened there. There we go. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. Okay, well, I'll try that. Let me try that. HTTPS. What's that one? See if this works. Oh, no, hold on, hold on. Is it clickable? I don't see it. Oh, there we go. Okay, it looks weird on that, but oh, sweet. Okay, you learned me something today. I assume I have to have the www and not just the HTTP, TTPS. Da 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 da. So, okay, learn something. Yay! See, you can teach an old dog new tricks, right? Okay. Oh, sweet. Cool. Alright, so let me do this. Let me do this. Now that I learned something, I'm going to replace the pin message with that one. So now, it works. I think. I don't know. This newfangled internet stuff, man, I don't know. Only got 12 more to go. Woohoo! Appreciate it, man. I really do. I could have Googled it, later, but I was like, whatever. That's what I got. Awesome customers and fans like you guys. Just saying. That's exactly right. What did I come in this room for? I do it way too much, man. Way too much. Sometimes I do it, I don't even leave the room. I'm like, what was I in here for? Man, it helps when you got your tool nice and sharp and good. It all works. Woo-hoo. ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. Ah. Last time I bought this material, I bought it in 20-foot length. I've probably gone through half of it already. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I've gone through half of it already. Think. Just think. 20-foot length cost me like $60. Something like that. So, I mean, it's not bad. Most of the money is in labor. It's almost 10 o'clock here. Whew. Getting close to being done, man. Only 10 more to go. Actually, 9 more to go. I want to finish them up tonight. A little bit of burr after I clean on the sander. too wet with coolant. Not what I want to do. Not my favorite. Now, I have been drenched before. When finished, I ended up with that little bit left. I mean, technically, I could probably check up on it and make a new one, but it's not really that worth it. So, I will do a new one. So I'm set up for that, so, I mean, I guess I could technically, but I'm not really going to mess with it. So, cool. All right, cleaned up. Woohoo! They might pour some silicone bolts tomorrow. Something that's pretty simple and easy to do. I'm gonna try to start making some tube-in molds. I got a Sierra done now. That fits the Sierra, the Monarch, Wall Street 2, Wall Street 3, all those. I might mess with that sometime this weekend. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, either of y'all play like video games like Battlefield or like Call of Duty or something? Okay. I was just curious. Well, I play. I'm not good at it, but I play. Used to play Call of Duty like since I want to say probably 2008, 9 ish. I started playing Call of Duty, and I bought every single game since then, except I haven't bought the last one. I switched over to Battlefield 6. And it's harder than Call of Duty, but it's more realistic. So I might get on there later and play a little bit. I don't know. I might get on there, act like I'm playing anyway. Might have me an adult hoppy beverage and see what happens. Oh, you know what's funny? Is I got this farming simulator. and that's pretty cool. You got to plant crops. You got to harvest them. You can go harvest other people's crops, sell it, get money, and it's pretty cool. First time I got it, I was like, this is going to be boring. But it's like I'm so hooked on it, it's ridiculous. I might get Call of Duty, I don't know. Because the only problem with it is the last one, Call of Duty 6? Yeah, Black Ops 6. They had all these different maps, right? That you go around, shoot people, and blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. In Black Ops 7, it's like, from out here, it's all the same maps, but they're just, they just look a little different. I'm like, I'm not spending $70 on a game that I basically just finished playing. So I was like, I was going to hold off on it. Now I can buy the game for like $39. They dropped the price like crazy. Because Battlefield pretty much destroyed them in the first few months of release. So I was like, I might get back on, because a buddy of mine up in Maryland plays Call of Duty. So I was like, I might get it for that. But I'm not sure. That would be the only reason, really. So I get to play on with him. But I don't know. We'll see. But I haven't played a whole lot of video games lately. Just haven't. To be honest with you, haven't had time. The last couple of weeks for me is for us. Daughter graduated college. Sister-in-law came down from Cincinnati. We did all kinds of stuff. We've just been kind of busy. So that's why I kind of want to take this weekend and just take a break. I think wife and I might run up to BJ's tomorrow and do some stuff. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. She got an associate's degree. That's as far as it's going to go. She doesn't want to go any more than that, which is fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to complain. She got a degree, so I'm happy with that. Wife went to college, got a 4-year degree. Me, on the other hand, I did not. I got out of high school and I was like, nope, I'm done. No more schooling for me. I've had enough. So I started working, customizing vans and trucks and cars and stuff for a little bit. And then I went into this trade here, doing sheet metal, welding, fabrication, that kind of stuff. Where I learned most of my skills, I guess you could say that. And here I am. So it was a lot of fun though, learning. I'm self-taught. Yeah, I'm self-taught pretty much. I never went to, say, an apprentice school or trade school. I basically just started doing this stuff. I worked for my dad for about 11 years, and decided to go a different route. I mean, different route is I wasn't happy working there, so I left. And, you know, it was for the better actually. I left there and then started doing machining and been doing that ever since. Love it. As you can tell, I got a machine at the house. I do machining at work and I come home and do machining at home. Right? Why? I don't know. Most people want to leave their job at work. I come home to do my job. Well, for my own stuff, for my own business stuff. Had a guy just retire up there, and he says, "I'm not doing any of this stuff after retirement." I was like, "Cool." He said, "When I retire, I'm not doing any machining." Because we're like, you know, buy a mill or something like that and kind of putz around in the garage. He goes, "Nope, I'm done." I bought some of his tools. And he said, "I'm not doing no more." I still keep in touch with him. Me and him started at the same place. Started where I'm at now. Started within a month of each other. I started in June. He started in July. So, gosh, that's coming up next month. In about a week, I'll be at the same place for 19 years. That's a long time. I was talking about it the other day. It's like, man, seriously, 19 years? Yeah. I think so. I started there in 2000. Yeah. 19 years. Wow. It is. You know, I started doing this stuff, and to be honest with you, I knew some stuff about machining, not a whole lot when I worked for my dad, but I was doing sheet metal stuff, right? I was doing welding, bending metal, cutting metal out on the laser, welding, rolling steel, you name it, that kind of stuff. So, like I said, I left there and I took a job as a CNC machinist. At the time, I was not a CNC machinist. So I basically had to learn on the fly. They didn't know any different. And I didn't let them know any different either. And I just picked up everything I could learn and learn how to do it, learn how to program, learn how to feeds and speeds and tool paths and everything. Just sat there and learned as much as I possibly could. I'd like come home at night after working and just sit there and study for like an hour and a half, 2 hours of study and stuff. And then went in and did my job. I mean, what they say, what do you like a shade tree mechanic kind of thing? I'm a shade tree machinist. I mean, I know a lot. Don't get me wrong. But I learned it all myself. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't go in the military. Um, like I said, that wasn't for me either. But on the other hand, if I did do that, I probably would have gone to school and got a degree or something with like, was it a GI Bill or something like that? Because a buddy of mine did that. A buddy of mine went into the Army, learned how to drive trucks, tractor trailers and stuff. When he got a CDL, when he got out, he drove tractor trailers all over the East Coast. Up in Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana. I don't know how far west he went. Uh-oh. Alright, this one's getting kind of stuck here. What happened? Oh, I think I see it. I think there's a burn on the thread or something. Looks like it. Let's see if that fixed it. I'm like so close to being done with this so far. Well, where's my part? There it is. And he now lives up in Ohio. I refer to him as my Ohio buddy. It's going to be in the end of June, last weekend in June, me and my wife are going to Cincinnati. My sister-in-law lives up there. And they have at one of the Greek Orthodox churches up there. They have a Greek fest up there, and we went to it last year, and it was really cool. I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a good time. I ate way too much food, but man, was that good food! And, oh man, it was good. When they have a Greek fest around here, and we go to Cincinnati for a Greek fest, right? Make that make sense. But no, I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun up there. Gosh, man, I'm telling you, the food, phenomenal. But man, ate way too much food, that's for sure. But boy, was it good. Yeah, that's what we'll go with. They had this stuff. They had these. Yeah, it's just a once a year thing. They had this. The wife took these classes. They held little cooking classes, and stuff like that. Learn how to cook, fix Greek dishes and stuff. They had this watermelon salad. Oh my gosh, was it good? It was a watermelon had, I can't remember all was it, had feta cheese in it. I'm telling you, man. Oh, it was delicious. That was like the best thing. Get on there. Start on there. All right, there we go. Sweet. Man, getting close to being done. Woohoo! Forgot what I was doing for a second. I forgot what I was going into the room for. Keep forgetting my camera's here, and I'm like looking at the TV talking. Like, you know, I keep forgetting. I'm gonna have to go back and watch Jake's show because I missed it this morning. I was in there for a little bit, but I was out shopping. It was grocery shopping and stuff, so I kind of missed 95% of it. I see he was turning like a bowl or a platter or something. Been out here most of the day. Yeah, I saw that it was like usually by, I mean, my time, 12 o'clock, they're wrapping it up and knocking it out. But it was like 12:15, 12:20, 30, whatever it was. I was like, man, he's still on. I'm gonna go back and watch it. I didn't get a chance to. I was out here most of hey, what's up? What's going on, man? I saw most of I was out here. I was out here doing running these things when Zach was on. So I was kind of watching and listening and doing this all at the same time. And hanging out. Watching YouTube and making some money. Not a lot of money, but a little bit. I got 2 more of these to do before I can finish this order. Hopefully. He said he was like going to do like 50 a month, and I'm like, okay. But every time he orders, it's another 100. So I don't know. I'm gonna forgot what I was saying. I'm gonna finish these tonight and go invoice them, because every time this person, the customer, I'm like, he says, hey, I'll order 100. I said, okay, I'll go ahead and invoice it so I don't forget it. And I haven't even made them yet. He goes ahead and pays the invoice, which I appreciate. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate it more than anything. But I'm like, just hold off till I get them done before you pay, and I'll ship them to you. I invoice them. 30 minutes later, I get a notification saying he's paid. I'm like, I appreciate it, but man, just hold off. Man, I'd hate to do that. You know, I haven't got them done yet, and then have to, yeah, that's $300 and some. So I was like, dude, you don't have to do that. He goes, I know. So, I mean, I appreciate every customer, every sale, every customer, because without my customers, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be doing this stuff. I wouldn't be staying up till 10:30 at night making pin stuff for other people. But hey, I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, yeah, usually I'll sit and watch Jake stuff, because usually for me it's earlier in the morning. I say earlier in the morning, it's 11 o'clock my time, so usually I get up, putz around a little bit, might take a shower in the morning, on Saturdays anyway. Get something to eat, get some breakfast, get some tea or whatever. Just sit there and interact and watch. So, it's a lot of fun. That's usually what I do. And usually Zach's show, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon my time. So I'm usually out here or doing something and kind of watching and listening. Kind of paying attention, kind of interacting a little bit here and there. So a lot of times I'm seeing what's going on, but I'm busy doing this stuff. And I just kind of keep track of what's going on. And I used to have I had TV out here in the garage for a while, but never really did anything with it. It wasn't a smart TV, so I couldn't watch any YouTube or any live streaming or anything like that out here. And then I got the Fire Stick or whatever you want to call it, and I got put that on the TV, and now I can watch my stuff out here while I'm working and stream. I used to do this. I used to stream out here turning pins. I'm not going to say I was the first to do it. I can't prove it or disprove it. But This was back in, I'm gonna say 2008, 2009. Yeah, maybe, yeah, about 2008 or 9. No, it had to be more than that. Probably about 2000, yeah, about right around 2009 for numbers, for time. And I was on this platform called Ustream TV, and when I was on IAP, so I would kind of put a link, say, hey guys, I'm going live, blah blah blah, and sitting there, and I would turn pins, and people would get on, ask questions, interact that way, and I had my kids with me at the time. They were kind of helping me out, and I, as far as I know, nobody was doing any of that stuff, right? So, like I said, I don't know if I was the first or just didn't know of anybody doing it, but it was really cool. Of course, now with YouTube and all the other stuff, everybody and my brother does it now. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, everybody's doing it. But it wasn't as easy back then to set up, but it was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Then I had Fred out at P-Town. He called me up one day and said, "Hey man," I said, "I can't believe this. You have a pin turner turning a pin live, while other pin turners are tuning in to watch another pin turner turn a pin." I said, "I don't get it, dude. It does." But now, there's people that make a living at it now, right? So it was crazy. I might do a couple more here. So what you up to tonight, man, Michael? I don't have a huge following like the big guys do, but it's a lot of fun out here doing this stuff. Whoa. There's 5 people watching this. Whoa. Going viral, guys. Going viral. I got one video on my YouTube channel that I've got like almost 7,000 views on. It has nothing to do with pin turning. I was showing how to change the belt, or change the sandpaper on my drum sander over there. Believe it or not. And it's like, everybody's like, "Oh man, I've been looking for this. Like almost 7,000 views, like 6,800, 67, I don't know, somewhere around there, almost 7,000. And that's it. It's like, really? But pretty cool. Now I have put a video up, not on YouTube. No, was it YouTube? No, maybe. Oh, anyway, I had one video I put up. It was years and years and years ago, and last check that I saw when I was looking at it, I had like 50,000 views on it in like a matter of like 3 weeks. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. And it was absolutely not woodworking related, pin related, nothing. So, yeah, that's true. see, I was trying, and the reason I made it is I couldn't find the information. So I cut the sandpaper to what the book in the instruction manual said, and it was way off. So I just like, okay, I measured it, cut it, measured it again, I went through like 6 or 7 things of sandpaper before I finally got it right. And then that's when I decided to make a video. And like you said, it got like almost 7,000 views, and I'm like, okay, that works. I'm not complaining. I was like, I wish this stuff got that. But it doesn't. Yeah, I think YouTube's flooded with this kind of stuff. It's like it's like eBay. You know, like collectibles. eBay has kind of ruined the collectible market, like cards and stuff, that kind of stuff. But like with this stuff here, I mean, everybody and their brother can just kind of with a phone and a YouTube account start streaming. I mean, that's what I'm doing. This is my phone, so I mean that's what I'm doing. But it's like more and more people are doing it. In fact, when I first started, like I said, there was nobody really doing it back then that I was aware of. When I started doing it, I think, what's the guy, Mark Spagnola, Wood Whisperer guy? He was doing some streaming or something at one point, and I think that's, I don't know if that's how I come across him or not, but I think that's how I come across that platform. I mean, it was pretty cool. And then you got Twitch. I think Zach started out on Twitch. They switched everything over to YouTube because I think Twitch was doing a lot of weird stuff. Plus, more people had access to YouTube than, well, most people were on YouTube and not Twitch. It's easier to find them on YouTube than Twitch. So. Right, last one for tonight. I might lighten up my cuts. That might work to help. It'll take me longer, but it might preserve my tools, maybe? It says it should yeah, Twitch is more of a gaming platform than YouTube stuff. Now YouTube has gaming on there, obviously, but Twitch is it's set up more for gaming, and that kind of stuff. Which I mean, it's not bad. I I stream on Twitch sometimes when I'm gaming, but not very often. Like I said, I game maybe once or twice a week. Usually it's like for about 3-4 hours on a Friday or Saturday night, and that's really it. But it's not too bad. I don't do a lot of it, but it's fun. I'm not good at it by no means, but I go on there to have fun and die a lot or unalive a lot, I guess you want to call it. You're not supposed to say the other word, I guess, on YouTube or these different platforms. I don't know, which I think is ridiculous, but I think that's it for the manufacturing process and the bushing empire, right? I say that, my wife laughs at me like, yeah, right. The bushing empire. It could be one day. But I say, hey, the bushing empire. She's like, whatever. Not to so I bought this metal local. There's a local place here close to me that let's see, that I bought this from, which is good because I can just go by and pick it up, which is not a big deal. But the place I buy all my other stuff from is like almost half the cost. But they kill me on shipping. But I think, all in all, I think it'll probably be cheaper if I order it from them. I get all my stuff from Speedy Metals. So I mean, they're not cheap. Well, I take that back. With Speedy, they're the cheapest that I found on my material that I use. And I call a bunch of other places and they're like, and I tell them, look, can you match this price? And they're like, no, we can't do that. And I'm like, okay. They're like, where are you getting it from? I said, from Speedy. They're like, oh, we can't touch that price then. I was like, okay, well, I'll give you a shot. So I tried. I called one place. Go like this. I called, lady answered the phone, guy or man, lady, I'm not sure who answered the phone. Oh, I think it was a lady. I said, hey, I'd like to buy some material. They're like, yeah, sure, no problem. What are you looking for? I said, well, I'd like to get some 17.4 5/8 round stock. They're like, 17.4? I was like, yeah. He goes, I've never heard of that. I was like, okay, thank you. Thank you for taking my phone call. Bye. I was like, really? But I don't know. It was like, if you don't know what that is, and that's kind of a common material, I don't need to do business with you. Sorry. I hate to say it, but that's the way it goes. I mean, I don't order a lot of material, but I order 16 pieces of 5/8 round, 2 foot long, because it works out better for my machine. And I usually order 16 pieces at and one piece of 3/4, 17/4, right? 2 foot long. Anything over 2 foot or 3 foot long, they kill me in shipping. It's ridiculous. If I order a 4 foot section, I can get it in 4 foot and cut it myself, no problem. It's cheaper to buy the 4 foot, but they kill me on shipping. And I'm like, gosh, it's like almost twice the shipping to have it in 4 foot lengths. And 3 foot lengths, not that great a deal for me. It's not, they even charge me more for 3 foot. I'm like, come on. So I get it from them. The place local that I get it, I wanted to get it from them because I can swing by and pick it up in 20 foot lengths, 10 foot lengths, whatever, and cut it myself. But they don't even carry it, and they're like even more expensive. So they have to get it in. They don't stock it themselves, so they just charge me an arm and a leg for it. But I like Speedy. They used to take PayPal. They don't take PayPal anymore. If their online price is a lot more expensive than if you call them. If you call them, you get a better price than over the phone. So literally, give you an example. I did an online order. I put all my stuff in, and it was like almost $600 worth of material. I was like, okay. I was getting ready to order it. I said, well, let me make a phone call. So I called them up. That same order with a phone call was $300 and some. So I saved almost $300 by making a phone call. So I was like, okay. I called it. I've been calling them ever since then. I've been calling them for 10 years now. And since they don't take PayPal, which kind of sucks, I have a PayPal credit card, so I just charge it to that. And as soon as it goes through, I pay it. I pay it on the spot. I never carry a balance on my credit card, so on my PayPal business card, I don't carry a balance on there. So yeah, it comes in. I don't have it with me. I take it out and I put it up here. Yeah, it comes in a cardboard tube. It's wrapped up with like saran wrap, kind of shrink wrap stuff, and there's 2 plastic caps on the end, and they tape it up, and that's how it gets here. It comes in through UPS, and it's about 40 pounds, 40 or 50 pounds worth of material. So I think right now I don't know if you can see it right here. I have all my material up here. It's in this mounted a PVC pipe under here. I just slide it in and keep all my material up here. Yeah, it is. Ain't that the truth, Darren? But yeah, shipping for me, I think the last time I paid shipping for my material, I think it was like 20. Hold on, let me see. I might have it on here. Is this the invoice or no? It was it says 33, so about 30. It's okay. I was wrong. It's like 36, 37 pounds. Because my material here, it says 33 and a half pounds of this 5/8, and then 3 pounds, a little over 3 pounds for the 3/4. So that's what it is. So I order 16 in one. That's like my standard order. Because usually I call up and say, hey, this is so and so. They're like, hey. I said, all right, just repeat my last order. And they're like, okay. And they got my credit card on file, and they just charge it, do shipping, send it to me. I pay the card off. So it looks pretty good. It does pretty good. I can't complain. I've called several different places. They're either either one, they don't know what it is, which is crazy. I can't remember who it was I called. Or they're just way more expensive. Um, I pay more in shipping, I think, than probably other places, but the total price of my door is less expensive than all the other people that that I've dealt with. A coworker, he's got a mail in LA that his shop at his house, and he orders material from Midwest. He gets a better price at Midwest than I do at Midwest, and I get a better price for my material than he does at Speedy. I don't know why. It's just the way it is, because he's called a couple times, and he doesn't like to talk to people online, so he or on over the phone when it does that. So he just orders everything online. He just rather boom 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 play with PayPal and be done. But for me, I'd rather save $300 on a phone call. That's just me. That's what I prefer to do. And it's like shipping. At one point, shipping was like $40 to ship this stuff to me. It's gone down quite a bit, which I don't understand why, because gas prices are through the roof now. And of course, you know, UPS and all that other stuff. I put fuel in the trucks, so they this last order, I don't have the invoice with me, but I think it was like $26, $27 shipping. Might have been a little bit less, give or take a little bit, but the order, it was about $360 some worth of material. So, and let me see what else. I'm gonna have to go up on my prices. I've kept my prices the same for probably 10 years now. Haven't gone up on my prices. A couple things that I carry, I've gone up a little bit, but not that much. The same material 10 years ago when I first started, shipped to my door was $204. The exact same material now is almost $400. And I've been eating the cost on that, which is a lot. But I'm going to have to go up a little bit. I mean, I hate to do it, I really do. But I'm kind of forced to. So I have to. I don't want to. That's the last thing that I really want to do. I've been holding it off for as long as I can. I don't know when I'm going to, but it's going to be soon. And I'm thinking in the next couple months I might go. It's not going to be drastic. I might go up $1 or $2 on a set, but it's still, I have to do that, unfortunately, because I mean, it costs me more money every, you know. But it is what it is. I mean, I'm still going to keep cranking out the best bushings you can buy. Come get you some. I put out a few reels of like, hey, blah, 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 da, da, da. Come get you some. And I don't know, my little things have been, you know, get a little bit of traction on my little, whatever, reels, shorts, or whatever they call them now. Yeah, that's true. But you know, the hardest thing, the biggest thing, biggest thing, whatever that I'm trying to do is, you know, I'm the most expensive person out there. I know that. Can you get it cheaper? Yeah, you can. My opinion. Can you get it as a better quality? My opinion, no, but you can get it cheaper. But I think my mindset is you get what you pay for. Mine lasts longer. You can probably do 100, 200 pins with mine. So try that with, you know, regular bushings. It's not going to happen. So yes, I'm probably 3 times the cost, 4 times the cost as the regular manual bushings, the cheap steel ones that you get, but you're going to get so much more out of it. That's my take on it. I've had several conversations with people in, you know, other vendors and stuff, and same thing, you know. Um, silicone costs are going up. Like earlier on, I was talking um, about the carbide prices going up. Everything's going up, and it's like, oh, let me see here. Okay, okay, for example, say you have uh, okay, there's a guy, like for example, this right here, this is a drill. I think it's a 7. It says a 680. Let me see. I think it's a 680 going across. Well, I'm getting well, it looks like it says a 16.8. Whatever that equates to standard, that's a metric. But say this drill right here, you're going to get this in carbide. Okay, say for numbers for demonstration, say this is a solid carbide drill or end mill. This end mill, say, is $100. This drill is going to be $100 in carbide. Now it's probably going to be $200, $300, $400 for this one bit. Or you can spend $300 on this one and just replace the tips on it for like, $30, $40 a piece. Now this drill becomes more affordable. Upfront cost, this is more, because and you get these little drill heads for it. So what this does, this comes off and you just put a new one on, right? So that's what you get. This is what is replaceable. So this whole thing is reusable. It's what they call it. A lot of times you get like what they call a indexable carbide bit. So you have, say you would have 2 different ones on each side. You can take the insert off, put a new insert on. Now you got a brand new tool. So a box of, these are my cut-off inserts, but say a box of these, instead of spending $300 every time the drill goes, dull, you could just replace the tips for like $30, $40 a piece. I really don't know what these cost. I haven't really looked them up, but that's the biggest thing on the carbide prices going up. Yeah, these are going to go up, but it's nowhere near as an end mill or a solid carbide drill. That's where it's going to hurt a lot. And I go, like for example, these are the inserts that I use. This is about 180, no, I take it back. When I bought these were about $80 to maybe $100 a box. So there's 10 of them. So there's 10 inserts in here. But each insert, like I was describing earlier, this particular insert has 6 edges I can use. So it's $6 or $10. Yeah, say it's $10. So I got 6 edges. So each one is like a few dollars for each edge. 2, 4, 6. Yeah, roughly about $1 something per edge. So it's not bad. These aren't going to hurt as much as say a solid carbide end mill, a drill, or something like that. I'm just rambling on, so. Yeah, I know, but yeah, like this this tool is from ISCAR. ISCAR is proud of their stuff, but I didn't buy this. I didn't steal it either. When I bought the machine, it came with a ton. I mean, literally a ton of tooling. Some stuff I had to buy. I buy a lot of the collets that some sizes are specific. They usually rent, if you buy a collet set, a 5 C collet set, they go up in 16th increments. A lot of times I use 32nd, and sometimes I use 64s. I don't think I have. Yeah, like here's one here. This is for my cigars. It's a 23/64 collet. So I buy those individually as I need them. Sometimes they're metric. I'll buy metric ones. Um, so I'll do that. And it came with a bunch of collets. I've got the 5C collet chuck. I've got 2 3-jaw chucks. I got a 6-jaw chuck and I got a 4-jaw chuck. It all came with the machine. I have a ton of tooling, inserts. So it's when the machine was up for sale, I looked at it, went over there and looked at it, and he said, "Yeah, all the tooling that you see on this table comes with it." I was like, "Okay." So I basically bought it on the spot. I couldn't pass it up. There's probably a few $1,000s worth of tooling, easy. So I couldn't pass it up. He was practically giving the lathe away and giving, so I couldn't pass it up. You ever, there's deals like, it says almost too good to be true. I couldn't pass this deal up. So I told him, I said, okay. I said, what do we do? And I said, yeah. He said he wanted a down payment, so I gave him a down payment on it, give him some cash down. A week later, I went and picked it up. So, but yeah, these tools are not cheap. But the good thing is, I can replace the tips on them and not, obviously you only have that much, worth of drilling that you can do, but these aren't made for deep hole drilling. They're just like, drilling a couple inches deep and then that's it. Then you go in with a boring bar or I don't know if I could do that with this one or not. Looks like I might be able to. No. They have some that are flat. They're more like end mills, indexable carbide end mills, that you can come in, you can actually drill and come in. And the advantage of this machine, I can call this one drill, 3, 4, 5, 6 different tool numbers. Say I want to use just the edge. So I can come in here, call it tool 3 for a drill. Goes in drill. Then I can call it tool 4 as a boring bar. So it'll come in and actually use it as a boring bar, and then I can use this one tool for 2 different things, which is kind of cool. Some machines you can't do that. Some of them you can. Some it just depends on how the machine's set up. This one I can, which is kind of cool. I've actually done that. I used a threading tool. I used my threading tool for 2 different tools. One as a boring bar and one as a threading tool. So it's pretty cool. I like it. It was really neat. Yeah, so like I said, I couldn't pass this deal up. Unfortunately, it costs a lot of money, but it takes money to make money, right? That's what they always say. Tell my pocketbook, my wallet. Not my pocketbook, my wallet. Says it's, oh, okay, there's a different one. This one here is 6. This one here is 689. Yeah, okay. Evidently, he's got a couple different sizes in here. 16.8. This is 17 and a half. And this is a 17 and a half. So he's got 2 different sizes in this one. Here it says it's 11/32, 11/16. But can't be right. I'm not doing math right now. So let's see. So here's another one. It's a little bit longer. And doesn't have a flat on it. Huh, I might have to put a flat on it. Okay, yeah. It's got a 3/4. All my tooling is set up for 3/4, so this is a 3/4 shank. Um, I may have to come in and put a flat on this so I can index it straight. It doesn't have a flat on it, and I don't like drills that don't have flats on them because sometimes they tend to spin on you, and that's no good. Let me see what else I got here. What kind of goodies do I have? See over there. See, I got, see if there's anything other interesting tools. Oh. Let's see here. Let's see if I got where's it at? I know I had it here just a second ago. I don't have it here. Okay, anyway, all right. For us that was watching Zach this afternoon, okay? Now, this right here is what they call expanding mandrel. Basically, on this particular one, let's see. Yeah, this particular one, it's got a bolt in the end, right? It wouldn't work for what Zach's that he was doing today. It wouldn't work, but if you had a two open end, what you could do is you can turn these down to whatever diameter. Like say if I wanted to turn this Sierra blank on my machine, I would buy a smaller one of these, and then I would turn this down to fit that, and I would slide this over, and I would tighten the screw, and it would expand it just enough to hold it, and I can turn it. Then I can just take them on and off. And these are machinable, and they just expand. Another thing that he could have done, didn't think about it, is he could have like you could use something like this, but have it long enough, and have an O-ring where you slide it over on the O-ring, and that would hold it enough for him to turn the end of it and sand it and polish it. I mean, I wouldn't rely on it for heavy material removal. This one I could, but the one that wouldn't be a bad idea. That way you can have like a closed end, and then slide it over with an O-ring on it, like a rubber O-ring, and then hold it on, and you can slowly turn the end of it, and then that way you can profile it and sand it and polish it. That would be a pretty good idea. I'd have to I'll get with him on that. That's not a bad idea. Let's see if this is, yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. Like for example, this right here measures going across here. I'm measuring 720. Okay, 720. If I take this, I'm gonna just tighten it up just a little bit, right? Not a whole lot. So now that I measure this now, I'm at 735. So that moved 15 thousandths. And that's enough, to grip on whatever you need. I could probably tighten it up some more, but I don't want to, go too far. Tighten it up some more, and that's noticeably different. So now I'm at 750. So that's pretty cool. Now, I mean, the advantage of this is you'd have to turn it down to the same diameter as you're holding. And once you do that, you can, it'll grip it and it won't wobble on you. Now, if this one here, obviously it's wider here than it is here, because this is solid right here. But if you had something on here, it would hold it. But you would want, you want this to be the same diameter before you tighten it up. And then whatever your piece you're sliding over there is going to be the same diameter before it's expanded. So this would be kind of cool. I have about 7 or 8 of these that came with the machine, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a lot like that actually. Pretty much it's exactly like that. Now I now in theory I could get something like this and turn the steps in it and do the same thing. Actually, that's not a bad idea. But those ring mandrels are a lot less expensive than these. So that would be pretty cool though. I'm looking into using some of these. I've got a couple of them somewhere around here that I'm going to use for turning some. I want to turn some pins with these just to do it pretty much. I mean, nothing other than just because I can, and just to see how well this machine works with that. I know for a fact these machines work really well with turning resins. What's his name? Jonathan Brooks uses. He has the same machine I do. I don't know if his is newer or not. I don't know for sure. It might be. I don't know. But his turret wasn't working, so he set up with a gang style like mine, and he does all his stuff on his. So, and he does probably 99.9% resin. So his tools don't wear out as much as mine do. Of course, I'm cutting stainless steel probably 99% of the time. I cut some plastic. This is Delrin for my non-stick bushings that I have, my finishing bushings. So I was going to put it up here, but I don't think I have room. Nope, it won't go in there. So I don't know. Probably sharing too much information. It's a trade secret. You want to make bushings, buy a machine, pretty much. You know. Now, can you turn the pins without my bushings? Absolutely. Do I like that? No, I really don't. But no, you can turn pins without any bushings at all. I mean, there's a lot of people out there saying, "Oh, you don't need bushings," but there's a niche that I fill, and I'm happy to do it. And every one of my customers that I have, I greatly appreciate every single one. Future customers, appreciate everybody. I had a gentleman email me today, wanted to learn how to get some more information. I told him to call me because he asked if I had any videos. But, you know, I might have to do a video of how you use the bushings. I know there's several people out there that do it, but I'd like to have one for myself. Because why? Because I sell them, and that's my thing. And out of all the years I've been out here, I have never had a video. Yeah, I know. A lot of people can. I mean, there's people that do it all the time. But I mean, there's there's a guy in Ohio that's making bushings. I had several people call me on the phone, text me, instant message me through Facebook, Instagram, all the other different places, saying, "Hey, look at this. There's a guy making bushings." I'm like, okay. I mean, more power to him. When he first came out with the bushings, I'm like, I messaged him and said, "Hey, dude," I said, "your bushings are too low, you know, price wise." I said, "You need to raise your prices." And he's like, "Wow, what? Yeah, I'm just doing it as a hobby kind of thing." Blah blah blah. I said, "Okay." He started pricing them a lot less than mine, and about a week later, guess what? He raised his prices because he realized that It's time consuming for one. He was doing them all on a manual lathe, which nothing wrong with that. I've made them on a manual lathe. His stuff is good stuff. I'm not gonna knock another guy's stuff. Do I feel mine are better or higher quality? Absolutely. Is his worse than mine? I'm not gonna say that. But is there room for more than me out there? Yeah. But do I want to take over the world? Absolutely. You know? So I don't know. But yeah, I enjoy doing it. I like making bushings for people. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes it seems like work, and other times it's fun. The good thing about it is I can come out here on a Saturday or Sunday, or after work I get home. I can bust out a couple sets of bushings. I can spit out probably 20, 30 sets in the evening, depending. I say about probably 10, 15 sets in the evening if I'm taking my time, not cranking them out one after another. I can do about 15. Yeah, about 15 sets. Yeah, I know I repeat myself, but I can do about 15 sets in the evening, start to finish. So it would be kind of hard to do on a manual lathe, but not impossible. I've talked to the guy in Ohio about bushings. We've had several conversations. I guess he thought I was mad at one point. I don't know. So I messaged him and said, "Hey, dude, are you upset with me about something?" And he's like, "No." I said, "Well, somebody told me that you were." He goes, "No." I said, "I just don't want to make anybody mad." And he was making them, and I'm not worried about it. I can make more than he can. Now he does run a machine shop up in Ohio somewhere. I'm not going to give out his location. I know pretty much exactly where he's at. But he's a good guy. He is. If you buy from him, fine. If you buy from me, which I would prefer. But he does some good stuff. I'm not going to complain. Yeah. The way I measure, that's the good thing about having this machine is literally it's I don't know, it's hard to see, but if I go over to file, all these right here, I don't know if you can see, all these are my programs for bushings. All of those right here. I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if you can see. But anyway, I don't know how many there are, but I have a blank program that all I change is a few numbers, and I can have a custom set ready to go in, I'd say 10 minutes. On this machine, I can have a new set in about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Another machine that I run, I literally can have a new set of bushings programmed in about a minute and a half. Literally. But the way I measure, I take, this isn't the right way. This isn't the right thing here. Say I take a tube like this, right? And I have, say, this is a carbide countersink, 90-degree countersink. So I would take, say this would be a pin gauge. I would put it in here. See how it's really loose? I would keep going up in pin size till it slides in perfect. Then I would take my micrometers and I would measure this pin. Say this is a 3/8. I would measure this with my calipers, with my micrometers, and that number that I get is now the bushing size for this tube. It's more accurate. Now I can take, say for example, like if I take a set of calipers, and I measure the inside, if I measure the idea of this tube, I know that this is a 480 480. I can't remember. It's like a 484, 485, right? Now I'm measuring 483 on here. Now if I take this and cut it to that, I'm going to be loose by about a couple thou, maybe a thou or two loose, which is not horrible, but I strive to be a little bit better than that. So that's where a lot of people, they measure that way, and that I don't like to measure that way. I'd rather use pin gauges, and that way I can get a nice slide fit in the tube itself. So it's, for one, it's more accurate. For one, and another thing, I can measure the pin, and if I go, I know not to go over that diameter. So if I cut my bushing here and say it's like, say, ½ inch, and I'm measuring 5.0006, 6/10 over, it's not going to fit. So when I do my bushings, I do plus nothing, minus a half of a thou. That's the tolerance that I strive for. Sometimes it might be 6/10 under, but no more than a thou anything. Now if it is, let me know. I'll fix it. I'm only human, so I try to have the best thing out there, but sometimes things happen, sometimes things slip by me. Very rare, but it does happen. And if I could, measure it with a pin gauge, measure it with a set of micrometers, that's how I measure all my tubes that I have. Now, I do, a lot of times, if there's a specific set that you want, I will, sometimes I'll say, hey, send me the kit. I'll get the tube in, I'll measure the tube, measure the kit, everything together, and then that's how, and usually what I do is say, and I'll discount my bushings, I'll discount the set by $3. If you send me the kit, I measure it, I knock off $3, I send it back, that's my rent, basically, for borrowing your kit to get the measurements. Or I'd have to go spend $15, $20 on a kit, have it shipped here, wait a week to get it in, measure it, and then ship it out to you. So if I can borrow your kit, I can measure the tube, the components, and make it to that kit. That's what I do a lot. But sometimes people say, no, make it to this measurement, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, I'll do it. But just so you know, it may not fit as snug as I want it to be. But most of the time, it's not a bad fit. It's just maybe a thou or so, 2 thou, not as accurate as I want it to be. But, I've done it several times. People are like, hey, I need a bushing set this diameter or this diameter. It's like, okay. And I'll make it and ship it to them. And usually I get an email or a message, a text or something later on saying, hey, they're perfect. I said, okay. But that's how I measure my tubes. I might do that. Yeah, it is a great idea to do that. Okay, yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, you've got the best way to get in touch with me. I don't know if you have my number or not. You might. Is to call me or text me, one of the two. Because I know you bought from me. But just if you need to, call me or text me. If you call during the day, I might not answer because I'm at work and our building has no windows. And my cell service in the building sucks. But I do get texts from time to time throughout the day in the building. So if you need to text me during the day, if it's after 3:30, 4 o'clock, you can call me. But most of the time during the day, if it rings, I'll answer it. If not, just text me and I will get it. It may not be right away. Sometimes if I go out the building, I get 4, 5, 6 texts in a row. But this probably the easiest way. If you email me, it might get lost, to be honest with you. I don't check my email like I should. But phone call or text is probably the easiest, the fastest, the more reliable way to get in touch with me. So, but yeah, if whenever you're ready, let me know. Like I said, I get the tubes in, I measure the tubes, I measure the components and I make it to that. That way, when you get it, it's the exact size for what you need. So that's the way I do it. It makes it's easier that way for me. I mean, I could set it up with calipers and stuff and measure it, but it's not as accurate, in my opinion. So, like for example, the Sierra. I know I keep going back with the Sierra, but the Sierra, I think the number says it's a 386, 384 or something. I can't remember what the 387 or something. It actually comes out to a 389. When you actually measure the tube itself with a pin, it's a 389 pin. So that's the difference. And when I turn it, it's at 389 plus nothing, minus 5/10 or half a thousandth. Might be a little more than that, a little less than that, but I strive to be within a thousandth. Well, no, I strive to be within 5/10, but sometimes it's 8/10, sometimes it's 3/10. The less the better, obviously. Sometimes I'm like a tenth under. So as long as I don't go over that 389, it's going to fit. So that's what I like to do. And you know, it's a lot of fun. I like doing this stuff. I enjoy it, and all you pin nerds out there, I appreciate it. I'm a pin nerd myself, so like I said, I love doing shows. I love meeting everybody. That's the best part. Is making sure that everybody's has a good quality product, meeting people, talking to people face to face. I know I'm rambling on. It's 11:15 my time, so it's late. And it's not that late, but yeah, I like doing the shows. I like doing this stuff. I probably shouldn't be live streaming how I'm making these, but not everybody has a CNC lathe in their garage to spit them out. So I changed. Let me see. What else did I do? Changed the oil on my lubricating pump. I had some oil in there. I needed some new oil, but the oil that was in there was a synthetic, and I don't know what kind it was. And you're not supposed to mix white oils together because you could degrade the oil. Some oils, if it's mixed, it'll gel. So I took every bit of it out. I purged all my lines, put new oil in, and I'm good to go. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun out here tonight. I wasn't really planning on streaming tonight, but I was like, yeah, why not? And I'll move you over here. Like all these holders are 3/4. These are sticking out way out. I think I might cut them so it's not sticking out as far. I'll cut them. I like these holders with a collar that stops right here, because location wise, that's a set dimension. This way, on these, my other tools, if I take them out and put it back in, I have to set my Z again every time. This here, I can just set it up in here. Once I butt it up there, it's like within a few tenths, maybe a thou difference. But when I'm spot drilling here, it does not matter whatsoever. So I will set this up and I'll tighten it up with my Allen wrench here. Snug it up. There, I got a couple of them. Here's another one I have. I don't know who makes this one. There's nothing on it. So, and the good thing about this, I make all my own tooling for this. I made my wrench. I laser cut this, so now I got a wrench for this. Got a got a magnet on it, sticks to the side of the machine, so it's always there. And I like it with the shoulder because if I take this out and put it back in, I don't really have to set it back up. As long as I don't take the drill out of the collet, I'm good. Okay. I'm going to redo this though. I don't like how that is. It was on the machine when I got it, and I don't like it. I'm going to do something different. I don't know if I have it back. No, because I didn't take all of it off when I got it. I don't know. I don't like it for some reason. I'm going to do something different here. I'm going to do basically the same thing, but I'm going to do it because it's kind of racked or whatever. I don't like how it. The only thing, I wish I had an enclosure on this, but minor details. And what else? That's about it, really. Turn my compressor off. My compressor's outside in the shed. I don't want it going off at 3 o'clock in the morning and waking my neighbor up. Because it's right on our property line. I got a little shed with the compressor in it. Man, I got this cough. But yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. It's nice to have Michael jump in, because he's like a celebrity. Everybody's a celebrity. Inside the machine, I got a sticker, company sticker on there, so a lot of times, yeah, Michael, yeah, appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by, I really do. I really appreciate it. I don't do a lot of this stuff, but every once in a while, I'll jump on here. I was doing it pretty regularly. Well, I say regularly. I did it like 3, 4, or 5 days, kind of scattered within a week or two, which is not too bad. But yeah, it was a lot of fun chatting with you guys. I really appreciate everything everybody does for me. Customers. If it wasn't for the customers, I wouldn't be able to do these things. I don't know. It's a neat little thing that we got going on here. Yeah, because when I first started this stuff, man, I'm telling you, I didn't do this stuff. I was making pins and stuff. That's how I got started. And then it turned out to where I started making tools for the pin turning community, and it kind of, I took a left turn, I guess you want to call it that. And I don't do that many pins anymore. Accidental celebrity. Everybody knows Mr. Gold, right? But yeah, I mean, I was doing pins for a while. It was a lot of fun. I still enjoy doing them. I don't do that many anymore. I probably do, oh gosh, maybe 4 or 5 pins a year. Maybe 7 pins a year, maybe, ish. But I want to get back into it more, but I just don't do that many, because this stuff here and bushings and stuff kind of take up a lot of the time. Most of the stuff I make, most of the pins I make are gifts now. I don't sell them. So, but I want to get back into it. It's a lot of fun. I have a bunch of kits to make. Got some kits from Michelle Drop Anchor. Got some kits from Chad Turner's Warehouse. I got some couple from Exotic. I don't do kits. I don't sell kits. I buy them from everybody else. I try to buy from the, it's not the right word, the lower vendors. The smaller vendors is the right word. The smaller vendors, family-owned businesses. I've got a couple kits from Kate at Bullseye. Phenomenal kits. I know she's getting up and running on her stuff again, which is awesome. She bought a mill and a lathe. She bought the same lathe I did. She's got a turret on hers and an enclosure. I don't. Cool stuff. I really like her kits. She's ramping back up. I try to buy from the, like I said, the smaller vendors because they support me. I support them. Could I get it cheaper somewhere else? More likely. Do I want to? Not really, because it supports the smaller vendors. Because they're all in it, you know, like everybody else. They're in it to make some money. I mean, I still occasionally buy a kit from Woodcraft here or there. You know, sometimes I'm over there. I'm like, oh, I might as well pick a kit or two up. I'll do that while I'm there. But for the most part, I'll order from Chad or Kate or, you know, Exotic, or, you know, Michelle. She has some really cool junior gents. She has some really cool ones. I like her kits a lot. I've done a few of those. So yeah, I try to buy, you know, from them. Like I said, I don't buy a lot of stuff. So, you know, I try to keep it small. Let's see here. Yeah, I do too. I mean, yeah, I mean, I also forgot, what is it, Arizona Silhouette, also with, I can never, Nels, I think that's how it, Nels and Debbie, great guys, great people, Classic Nib, that's what I was trying to think of, not Arizona's way, Classic Nib, I've got some stuff from him. My daughter bought a pin kit from them. So I try to buy from everybody. All the kit makers out there, not kit makers, flank makers, I try to buy from them instead of the big guys. For one, you get more interesting stuff. And like I said, and you're supporting a small business, which is kind of cool. I thought about getting into making blanks, but it's not my thing. It's not my lane. I might make some. I have made some. I've turned them, and they're great. But it's not my wheelhouse. This stuff is. This is what I'm good at. Pretty neat stuff though. All right, Michael, have a good one. Have a good, happy Memorial Day. Catch you on the next stream somewhere. So it was a lot of fun chatting with you. It really was. So I feel like, you know, like I said, an accidental celebrity. So I see him on all the streams that I watch, so it's kind of cool. There's not too many streamers out there doing, I mean, there's a lot of videos out there, but, you know, Zach and Jake, they're the two big ones. I know, Exotic, they have a, what is it? Is it the last Thursday? It's like the last Thursday, the second Thursday or something, they go live. And then Chad, every, Wednesday I think it is, they do a live thing, which is kind of cool. I'd like to do more lives, but I can't schedule my lives, if that makes sense. I don't have a set schedule. I just pop on, and whoever joins, joins. If I get nobody, I get nobody. So, but like I said, I don't have a set schedule because my schedule is not structured enough to where I can do that. It's more chaotic is not really the right word, but I can't schedule it. Basically, is the gist of it. You know what I mean? So I'd like to, but I used to. When I very first started, I used to schedule a little bit. Like, hey, I'm going live at 5 o'clock tonight, and that was my schedule. You know. Usually it was on the weekend, like Saturday afternoon or something, like 5 o'clock. I would do it, but now I don't really have a schedule. I just pop on whenever I feel like I can. So, you know, yeah, unpredictable. Yeah, my life is unpredictable. My weekends are usually tied up doing stuff. Sometimes it's this, sometimes it's not. Usually it's like I'm usually fixing something, putting a fence up, doing this, doing that, blah blah blah. You know how it goes. Because during the week it's hard to get that stuff done. Obviously, working full time, coming home, and by the time I get home it's about 4 o'clock, and then I don't want to start working and building the fence at 4:30 in the afternoon, but I put up a few fences. But yeah, anyway, I think I'm gonna get out of here. I might go in, jump on a video game for a little bit, maybe half hour, 45 minutes. Get something cold to drink, and I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be doing anything tomorrow on this stuff. I might pour some silicone molds, maybe. But I think I'm caught up on my bushing orders that I have. I could probably make some stock, but I think I'm good for now. But the advantage is if I get an order, I can come out here and bust one out in about a half hour if I need to, which is cool. I don't have all my programs from the old machine I was running to this one, so I'm building them as I get them, because yeah. All right, man. You have a good one. I said, yeah, eventually I'm gonna have to transfer all my programs over. The bad thing is they don't transfer over to this because it's a completely different control. I've got to get all my numbers that I've got, gosh, 200 and some programs that I have for bushings. Some of them cross over, some of them don't. A lot of them don't, but some of them cross over. So I probably have duplicates, but I have like a junior gent, like 1, 2, 3, and 4, and say I got another set that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Like number 1 and number 3 on these two might be the same, might not be, but it makes it easier for me to keep track of if I keep them organized that way. I'm pretty sure I know I have duplicates. Like for example, say the razor, the what is it, the Mach 3 razor or Magnum razor? I can't remember which one it is. It's basically the same size as my adapters, but I have an adapters and I have that. I think they're within 10,000ths of each other. Plus, I'm gonna start going to, like I was saying, I bought 1/2 inch material. I mean 5/8 material. The bushings I have, I can use 1/2 inch material, which will actually cut my cost down a little bit. But I haven't gone through enough of the programs yet to see what I need for that. Instead of buying 5/8 material covers probably 95% of the bushings I have. Some of them are I need 3/4 material because they're just a little over 5/8, but most of it's the 5/8 material. But anyway, it's a lot of fun chatting with you guys. You guys have a good one. I'm out of here. Probably gonna go crazy for a second here. I'm gonna unplug this because usually I just go for my phone, and then next thing you know, my phone dies, and then I'm screwed. But anyway, guys, have a good one. I'm gonna move you around here. Let me see here. I'm gonna switch. Okay, can I turn around? There we go. All right, you guys have a good one. Enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. Have fun. Eat a hot dog or two. Maybe Monday. I don't know. We'll see. But you guys have a good one. Later. Like I said, tbcbushings.com. There's a pin thing up there. Come get you some. I'm not even looking at the camera. Come get you some. tbcbushings.com. Best bushings you can buy. Period. Later.